Thank you for turning me on.
Survival. Life force is running out. Humanoid data into
there are others that cause hallucinations, schizophrenia, manic depression. there are that cause hallucinations, schizophrenia, manic depression.
Staring at my shadow. I can't explain, though the reasons are shallow. I want to see if a light can pass through me. I want to see how dark things are around me. I want to see if a light can pass through me. I want to see how dark things are around me. buried in the sun. In the sun, we all burn. And it's so like you, so like you after all. So like you, so like you after all. dust. Yours and mine and everything about us. House for the taking, house for remaking. I'm understanding, misunderstanding. I see through you. 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 You don't have to talk about it. Your intentions speak about it. And I know what you're feeling. And I know what you're feeling. Know what you're feeling. Wow. Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually a good experience for the viewer. Just not if you're expecting to game or watch movies in HDR and have it really pop. As for HDR 600, well, clear.
There's a Twitter thread that I found with both of them discussing it actually, which is very interesting. You can throw my
Satisfied the expectations and diverse needs for blur-free viewing that we fully support, and to which we have already certified our newest OLED display. I love that they're focused on OLED. Yeah, it's how funny that the OLED manufacturers are the ones that are like, yay!
Yeah.
Now everyone can know how much better we are. And then LG said they will continue to collaborate with VESA to ensure that their monitors not only meet the high standards demanded by VESA's performance tests, but are also well equipped to satisfy the expectations and diverse needs of today's consumers.
So it sounds like Hardware Unboxed, which they do a lot of really fantastic monitor reviews.
They really do.
And Blurbusters are a little uncertain about this whole thing. There's some funky stuff. There's a Twitter thread that I found with both of them discussing it actually, which is very interesting. You can throw my screen up.
Every once in a while, something good happens on Twitter.
Yeah, it's rare, but it does happen. Hardware Unboxed is talking about how VESA's new ClearMR display certification is ranking 138 Hz OLED panels and 165 Hz LCD panels in the same clarity tier. Apparently it was deemed unfair that one has like some tech behind it. The Hardware Unboxed said, VESA, this is an interesting little VESA, let's test clarity and blur. Also VESA, but let's disable all the blur reduction and clarity improving features. So that's a little weird because I don't personally like that, because why would you turn those features off if you were a consumer?
I think that it's okay. Ugh.
But then
yeah,
companies can also potentially cheat.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yes.
Yeah, because if it's a feature that harms the viewing experience in some other way, like let's say hypothetically it reduced the overall color depth.
Sure.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Then we would not recommend that you use it, right? Or if it turned off some kind of, oh man. I mean, yeah, I'd say affecting color would be one of the biggest concerns that I would have.
Brightness.
Yeah, brightness would be another big one. Like if you had a feature like backlight strobing that was designed to enhance the clarity of the image, but like you said, came at a significant brightness cost, then I would say that almost you need to test that display under both conditions.
Yeah.
And it's
with features,
sort of,
without features.
yeah,
whatever.
native. Well, it's kind of like, native versus dynamic contrast ratios. You'd almost have to have both numbers reported. With that said, I mean, for my part, I would rather just buy the superior panel in the first place without, some kind of backlight strobing technology if I don't need it. But then if you do develop a workaround that works really well, well, then that sucks. And that's pretty unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have the right answer here.
I'm going to, just on a personal level, I'm going to keep my eye on Hardware Unboxed and Blurbusters and see what they think moving forward. But yeah, interesting. Interesting. Anytime specific companies in a space are extremely happy about a new standard coming out, or a new certification coming out, sorry, it can be cool or not cool, and it's a little tough to tell unless you're really on the ground floor.
It's probably better than nothing, which is what we've had up until now. But that doesn't mean there won't be room for improvement, and VESA has made changes to their certifications in the past, so I hope they'll take all the feedback that they get
100%.
and continue to improve this.
Yeah.
In the meantime, here's how they're testing. So they're using a digital high-speed camera, which takes pictures of a test pattern moving across the screen as it changes from one frame to the next. A colorimeter will verify pattern luminance, and products will be tested at ambient room temperature, native resolution, maximum refresh rate. So here's something that gets kind of complicated. Handling variable refresh rate motion can be very challenging, and that's something clearly this test will not address. Default power-up configuration and all after warming up. There will be no backlight strobing, and limits will be placed on overshoot and undershoot. And okay, then the rest is this. So, my initial take. Better than nothing, but clearly not a replacement for independent reviews.
Some flaws, yeah. But that's, I mean, we've always pushed that forward, right? More stuff, more better.
Well,
more
and
info, more better.
The thing is, that's why we've never really boiled products down to a score. You know, that's something that I've been opposed to. I mean, I think pretty much since we started, right?
I know there was at least one time, because I
Did I
remember
give
I
a
was
score to
really
something?
surprised. I think it was like a Razer laptop, and it was like when we were still at the NCX studio or something. It was forever ago.
I think I gave
yeah, we've
something
always-
an Editor's Choice Award or something
That
like
was
that.
it.
But I don't do awards.
Yeah, not a point score.
Yeah, I don't do awards and I don't do scores.
Yeah.
Because the reality of it is, if you really want to know about the product, you need to know the pros and the cons. It is always more nuanced than just 8 out of 10. 6 out of 10. 6 what? What are they? Why do I want 10 of them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I find that with gaming, that's I really frown at point score ratings for games, because it's so nuanced and there's so many different things that people might not care about. And I find that when people get less passionate about writing these reviews for the games, they will stick to very rigid point score systems. And like if you look at something like Valheim, Valheim's a fantastic game, right? It's really fun for a while and then you beat it and it's fine, whatever. But Valheim's great. Valheim's graphics,
not good.
But that's not the focus. You shouldn't take an exact fixed amount of points away from that game for those graphics, and you shouldn't award that same fixed amount of points to another game that is a junk game with good graphics, because you could go through and have maybe a specific section just for that, but your overall score reflecting that is garbage in my opinion. And that's, you run into that same problem with like almost everything, because like, what if this monitor is like the best monitor ever, but the stand like looks a little weird?
Yeah.
Does it like really matter?
Or let's say RGB is part of your rubric.
Yeah.
Right? And it doesn't have it.
And
so what?
But
Automatic
also, what if
point
someone in
deduction?
the audience wants to not have that?
The reality of it is that you need some subjectivity. And I think that's something that particularly in the gaming space could be classified as a hot take. But, you know, I think subjectivity used responsibly is a really, really important part of conveying the experience of actually living with something, right? Like, Valheim's a perfect example of a pretty rudimentary looking game, but that has highly addictive gameplay.
And I would also argue that if you get really into Valheim, you can see the beauty of it at times. The lighting system that they have, the way it'll catch something in the right way, every once in a while you'll be like sailing across somewhere and you'll be like, wow, this game is actually like, it looks really cool. And then you'll look too closely at something and you'll be like, wow, this game looks like junk. It's like but it's interesting, and it's a very unique art style. It's very easy to pick out of a crowd. It doesn't look like generic shooter level number 47 that is a modern warfare spin-off
Sure.
of whatever. Like it's
This time with zombies.
yeah, some games have a particular art style which is like I would even argue like old school Super Mario games.
Yeah.
They don't look bad. It's just pixel art.
Yep.
It's a specific art style. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I read one of those clickbait articles. Why Final Fantasy VI was the best Final Fantasy game. Obviously, I'm going to click on that because definitely agree. But anyway, it kind of talks about a lot of what I've talked about, where like Final Fantasy VII gets held in such high regard, in large part because it was the first JRPG to really be a smash hit in North America. And 6, in my opinion, has actually aged a lot better than 7, which might be part of the reason that it got a pixel remaster, whereas 7 required a remake. Just saying. Anyway, I just wanted to get that barb in there to all the Final Fantasy VII fans who, to be clear, I quite enjoyed Final Fantasy VII. It's not like I didn't play it all the way through like 8 or something like that, but Final Fantasy VI is the best. Oh my God. Someone showed me this. Who was it? Was it Plouf? I think.
While you're bringing that up, as we were talking about the next topic, the vase amount thing, multiple people in Floatplane chat, and that's a subset of a subset, right? Multiple people in Floatplane chat mentioned that they had the same problem with Tellus. So it's not just me.
Got him.
Jeez. Anyways.
So I think it was Plouf who showed me this. It's a 1/6 scale statue of the protagonist of Final Fantasy VI, Tara Branford, riding Magitech armor that is one of the most ornately detailed pieces of game memorabilia that I think I have ever seen in my life. Hold on, here it is next to an actual human person. Look how big this thing is. And this too can be yours for the price of just
like
$13,800. Okay. I got to level with you.
There's probably so much work that goes into that.
If it was like $1,500, I would seriously consider this as like a backdrop for my streaming setup, which I know I haven't used lately. I'll stream again, I promise. But I would seriously consider it for like set deck or something like that. I love this game. It was such a huge part of my childhood. And this, seems like a definitive collector's piece for it.
And
like,
I'm assuming it's probably like a lot of it's probably done by hand.
It's all painted by hand.
Yeah. So like that's obviously too expensive for my taste, but like I'm sure a very significant amount of work went into that.
Yeah.
So.
But $13,000.
Oh, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way.
I believe
someone's
they're made in
probably
Japan.
gonna get it though.
Like they're yeah. I'm sure someone will.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone will. They've got plenty of time to buy. The release date is actually November 2023. This is pre-orders right now, and they're gonna make a maximum of 600. That's actually
Whoa,
man, that's a
lot.
pretty cool amount of revenue. What was 13,800? Did I say?
13,800. Yeah.
That is $8.3 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's actually a lot of units. I was expecting you to say like 60 or 100 or something.
Yeah, 600 units. I mean,
6.
I don't know.
1/6 of a 6-foot human is 1 foot, so it's pretty big. Yeah, but she's riding the Magitech armor.
Yeah,
and you don't go in that, right? You ride on top of it.
Yeah.
So like it's actually
big.
way bigger than that.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Looks so cool. Ooh, I guess it's time to talk LTT store stuff. The biggest update that I have for you guys is that we have officially shipped our screwdriver to Project Farm.
Yeah. Per
his usual approach, he insisted on paying for it. We would have been happy to provide one for nothing. So it wasn't about that, but he wanted to pay for it. So obviously we're going to respect that. And we shipped him a unit out of our inventory that we are currently producing. I actually built some myself. I sat on the production line for a bit, which is harder than you might think, because the way that the plastics work, they come out of the molding machine. Man, this video's
I've worked on production lines.
Going to be a trip.
It's for bread, not screwdrivers, but
so you know that it can be pretty
You
grueling.
gotta keep up.
You got to
Yeah.
you got to keep up. So the reason it's really important in this case is because once they come out of the molding machine, it just like drops and it comes down like a little vending machine. Like here's your 2 screwdrivers, because each shot makes 2 handles. So you clip off your sprues, you throw them in the thing, you take the drivers, or the handles, you inspect them, you put them on the little thing, and then you put the ratchet assembly in. It's directional, okay? Then you take these little like press thingies, you put them on the top so that it's not just pushing down on the actual socket for the bit, because it could scratch it.
That
So
would
you
be
so you
bad.
put a thing in it.
Makes sense.
Then you pop it into this thing. It automatically goes to press fit the ratchet assembly into the handle. And it's really important to do it while it's hot, because
More malleable.
you do the press fit and then it contracts.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to keep the driver together
That makes sense.
for a press fit, right? So then your other machine, okay, is doing where is it?
Is there? I'm assuming there's a video of this.
It will be. So then your other machine is doing the press fit on the bit holder. So you take it out of this one, take the thing off. You got to do both of them, 2 at a time, mind you. You put it over here, you put it in this way, you put your bit holder thing on the top, and you plop this one in, and then it kicks 2 out the other side. You take those, you put it in the finished thing where someone else will bag it. Your next one is out. Okay, so you grab this one, you cut the sprues, you inspect them, you put it into the other side of that thing, you put in your ratchets, you put on your things, you take this one out, you put it in the other side, you do the thing, you pop it, you put the thing. 40 seconds. That's the injection mold time. That's how long you have. I'm sitting here going, and the really wild thing is the lady who was at the station that I hijacked made it look so easy.
Yeah.
She's just like she might as well have had her headphones in, chilling to some tunes, watching a show she likes or whatever. She's just like, she's doing it. She's going. And I got to say, I am really happy to have the QC done here, because the kinds of things that they were rejecting parts for, I was like, yeah. And to be clear, that doesn't mean that is going to be wasted. We can actually regrind up to 25% of the new plastics that goes into the next shot. So we can take those parts that are no good and like cut the sprues, take the bad parts, throw them back in the hopper, grind them up with the fresh plastic. And as long as it doesn't exceed 25%, it doesn't affect the quality of the finished product. So really glad to have the QC done, because, yeah, they were taking just tiny scuffs and they were like, no, dog.
Good. Yeah.
Get rid of it.
Good.
I mean, it's a tool. So realistically, you're going to beat the hell out of it anyway, but
But it should show up nice.
it should show up looking like new.
You
Yeah,
show up to
really.
the game in a suit.
And yes, we absolutely did film it. It was pretty cool. This has been such a long freaking journey, and the timing couldn't be better, because actually I guess now's as good a time as any to talk through some of the plans for the lab over the next little bit. Like this is really, it feels like a lot of dreams are coming true for me right now. The screwdriver, the backpack is moving actually really well. I think we're going to see another burst once people can get that instant gratification. Yes, I know. I'll do sponsors, Bell. Thank you. I think people are going to move on it when they can get that instant gratification, when it's actually in stock. The first 2 waves are already completely resold. I think people are going to be absolutely stoked when they get their hands on it. Screwdriver, same thing. We've got our pop-up shop tomorrow. So if you're in the Vancouver area, hopefully we'll see you there.
Yeah.
Belle, do you want to post the details in the chat maybe? Thank you so much. It's finally coming out, and it's all happening in time to build out the test lab of my dreams.
Oh, and sorry, one thing about the pop-up shop. We are streaming it.
We are streaming a specific table where people will be welcome to share live their thoughts on the screwdriver compared to the competition. And I will talk in a little bit more detail about that after, because when we actually launch back orders on the page is going to depend on you guys. You guys are going to decide.
One thing I would say about that is, as far as my understanding goes, this is not my thing, but I'm just confirming right now.
Yes.
As far as my understanding goes, it is not being streamed on the Linus Tech Tips channel.
Short circuit.
And I don't think it's being streamed on Twitch.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, I was told no.
Sure, we can throw it on Twitch.
I don't know.
Floatplane. Yeah, let's throw it on Twitch
Yeah.
and Floatplane.
It's going to be on Flowplane.
Yeah.
But the Short Circuit YouTube channel is the YouTube channel that's going to receive the stream, not LTT.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube. So anyway, yeah, back to the lab. Like I've traveled all over. I've seen amazing product validation labs, and honestly, like consumer electronics, obviously I love them. I use them every day. But the thing that really tickles my nerd fancy these days is that scientific grade equipment. Like and it frustrates me too, because I see this stuff and I go, well, yeah, but all this data and all this testing, it's all behind closed doors. I want to see that stuff. I want to know that stuff. Like it's all hidden behind slick marketing, right? Like show it to me. I want to see it compared, right? Like I remember at Cherry, remember? They had that machine that went and pressed the keys like this on the keyboard, right? So that they could validate their 50 million keystrokes. That not only
the 50 million keystrokes is like, at least with that machine validating, was like 50 million heavy keystrokes.
Heavy keystrokes. And the way the validation worked was that the 50 million keystrokes, it had to still perform within some tight tolerance of what it was like new after that. It wasn't just that it like still functioned at all. And I was like, guys, how do I get my hands on this machine? I want to test all the keyboards like this. And they were like,
no.
We don't want to be seen as denigrating competitors' products, so we don't want to get involved. And so even going back that far, it's been so frustrating to me. And as I've watched fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer publications do this kind of testing, I've felt like there's just a responsibility at this point to build it out ourselves. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of the really cool stuff that labs. Okay, I keep bringing this message up and it keeps switching to a different conversation. Hello, teams. To talk a little bit about what's going to be going on over the next little bit. Apparently, our robot is already moved to the new building and set up in a new enclosure and fully working now with keyboards, which is really exciting. So the robot that you guys saw last time that was just in the early stages of beginning to figure out how to work with is now completely ready to go. The computer vision is working to identify where the keyboard is, where the keys are. It can move around and it can measure the actuation force of keycaps, which is going to be just one part of our keyboard test suite.
Yeah. But a time-consuming one.
We're working on a really cool video. So there's a lot of fear-mongering going on right now about buying used mining GPUs. And I've been an advocate for buying used hardware for as long as we've been doing this. Can't afford the latest and the greatest? Don't buy something crappy. Buy the not latest greatest. There is this kind of this shame or this stigma or this
having old hardware.
I don't know what it is about buying things secondhand, but I don't get it.
Is it still cool? Yeah? Sweet.
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
Does it get the FPSs?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then, okay.
Is it
let's
stable?
Go.
That is something you do have to consider.
You can run into trouble, obviously. But, man, compared to back in the day when we were, like, taking part in hardware swaps on OCN or red flag deals or whatever, the buyer protections that are in place now for buying secondhand hardware online are unbelievable. So, anyway, this is really cool. Our automated testing suite that we used on our mining card testing video. We bought 20 used mining cards just from random eBay sellers. We bought 20 cards so that it's I'd say a reasonable
decent
sample size. And it was too much to manually test. But the team over there has been hard at work on an automated testing suite, and apparently it is working flawlessly. You hit a button, you come back in 4 hours, and the card is completely tested.
With graphs spitting out and all this type of stuff.
Super cool! We're going to be expanding
and that system is going to scale into more things, which I don't necessarily want to get into too much. But that system is part of the idea of building that was building a framework for it to scale. Yeah.
I didn't get any details on some of the cell phone testing that we're apparently working on. And we have our mouse tester beta 0.8 running as of today. So what you can expect to see is we're getting we're getting past the, you know, pretty much everything we're doing is issuing POs and waiting for, you know, shortages. We're getting kind of past that stage to the point where I think as of probably, if not mid-September, definitely early October, you guys can expect to see content coming out either about the lab or from the lab on at least a weekly basis. And it's been such an endeavor. It's been really interesting. I've had a lot of people internally and externally question the ROI of the lab. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. What's our head count up to now? We're close to 10, aren't we?
Oh, just for the lab?
Just for the lab. Because you're hiring developers.
4 developers now.
Gary's hiring engineers.
2 of them aren't actually here yet, but there's 4 developers.
Yeah.
I think there's more than 6 engineers, or maybe there's exactly 6.
There's the facility. We've obviously talked a little bit about some of the equipment we're buying. So we showed the power supply tester from Chroma. A little bit of an update on that, by the way. We heard from the one and only Johnny Guru. He actually suggested that we change out our loads in a way that will help us better validate ATX 3.0 compliance. So, hey, shout out, Johnny.
Cool.
Appreciate
that is
you.
Super cool.
So we're going to work with Chroma on getting that all sorted out. It's a little frustrating that it wasn't right in the first place, given that Chroma did help us with the spec, and we did make it very clear what we were trying to test. But, I mean, realistically, they're a gigantic company, and they build these testers for everything from PC power supplies to... Well,
everything else.
Everything.
Things that receive and deliver
anything
power.
that gets or outputs power, or both.
Yeah.
So things happen, and I am very confident that we're going to get it sorted out. Another little update on that video is I had a lot of people, like a surprising number of people, leave comments on the video or message me directly saying that they were really upset about this this YouTuber money flexing that I was doing in that video. And that kind of ties into the conversation that I was just having with you about the lab's ROI. Either the lab's ROI is super questionable, and this is something that we are doing as a moonshot and investing in because we just really want to build it and really want this data, or I'm flexing, spend, like, it's not a toy. Like, I don't really...
It's not a car.
Yeah, it's not Supreme or Gucci or like jewels. And I don't know, maybe this is one of those things that I just don't get, but I was kind of taken aback by it because it wasn't the point of the video. The point of how much it cost was, this is the kind of gear that up until now could only be found in a product development lab. Well, now we're bringing it to a validation and review lab, which means that instead of all these numbers being locked away and hidden, they're going to be accessible to everybody. That's the whole point. Democratizing access to this data.
I think the title and the thumbnail might direct people
Sure, but
that way.
Why send me a message with concern about it if you haven't even watched it?
Yeah, I haven't watched it, so I don't know.
Well, it's a piece of like scientific testing equipment.
No, I know.
Like,
it's just the thumbnail being unboxing 133K, and then the title being the most expensive thing I own, with expensive being in capitals, frames the experience around the price tag.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. It is expensive though. And it's like a lot of you are observing, it's an expense that doesn't have an obvious direct ROI. We're building out this thing in hopes that it will make the content way, 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 way better and will make consumers way, way, way smarter shoppers.
And I think spending money in the direction of trying to... My beard keeps getting stuck in the pop filter. I should cut this off. I think spending money in the direction of bettering the data that we have and increasing the data and knowledge in the space and those types of things is good.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, we've
if
got
you're gonna spend it on something, it's better to spend it on that than a car.
There's a lot of people in the comments talking about how, like, right, but clickbait title is clickbait. And I guess, for better or for worse, I don't see a problem with playing whatever game we have to play to attract people to learning more. You know, if I have to do what works, and you know what, that was the top performing video on the channel in the last 2 weeks. I'm sorry, it works. But
We
video,
talked about the stance on clickbait a million times.
but the video itself is setting the stage for, because a lot of people, like, if you read through as many comments as I do, you can see a lot of people would come on to something like that not knowing until they've watched the video that a piece of equipment like that even exists, or not even fully understanding, you know, why we need it. You know, I had people questioning why anyone would need it. They only need this for developing power supplies, not for testing them. But that's a big part of how I can understand
If you want
how
your data to
to-
be that good.
yeah, how to make these videos more digestible in the future. Like, a lot of the time we're putting out a video that doesn't have all the information in it so that I can see what questions people are asking. And so it's an important tool in our toolbox to get as many people as possible to watch these videos that are impossible to get people to look at if we don't play the game. So yeah, I could have called it unboxing the Chroma, whatever model number it is, power supply test unit. But at the end of the day, if we take our mission seriously, which is to ignite passion for technology, well, then we're not doing a very good job at that point. We need to bring in new people who don't know who Chroma is, who don't know why you need a power supply tester. We need to make it exciting, we need to make it accessible, and we need to start priming people for what this stuff is, so when all of a sudden we start coming out with content that's built around data we've collected from this machine, they go, oh, right, that.
Stuff.
Yeah, so I forget where I was going with this, but I think I was doing an LTT store update at some point. Yes, I know, I will, I promise. So we shipped a screwdriver to Project Farm.
Oh, yeah. Talking about LTT Store, there's a deal. I got you, Nick. The deal is if you spend $100 on anything, you get a free meme face sequin pillow.
Free pillow. All right,
So if your
excellent.
cart value is $100 or more, and then you add the meme face pillow, you get it for free.
And we haven't done any of we haven't responded to any merch messages yet. Hey, thanks, Edward G. Picking up a backpack, love it. We haven't responded to any yet, but we will be responding to merch messages later on in the show. So guys, stay tuned. And if you place an order during the show, pay close attention in the checkout because there is a field for merch messages. You can either put a little message up there for everyone to see at the bottom of the screen, or Bell might respond to you, or he might curate it for me and Luke to have a look at later on. In the meantime,
Sponsors?
what do you want to talk about? Let's do one more topic, then we'll do sponsors. One more topic.
There was a few good ones this week.
Apple self-service, Valve Steam Deck booklet.
Let's talk about the booklet, because I'm
Sure.
a little lost on this.
Sure.
I think it's interesting. Valve has released a very pretty booklet, and you know what? That is true.
It is pretty.
To introduce the company and Steam to new markets, namely Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong.
And it doesn't cost $250 or whatever Apple's book cost. They just send you a PDF and you can print it out for yourself.
Yeah. The Steam Deck will be released in these markets through Japanese company Komodo later this year. The booklet is available in English, Japanese, Korean, and traditional Chinese. Physical booklets will be available at the Tokyo Game Show next month. And there's a bunch of things in the booklet, including...
I'm just scrolling through it right now.
Including you? What?
Yeah, I made it in. I
What do
made
you
it into the
mean?
booklet.
Where?
Hold on. I gotta find it. This was like, honestly, such a, I made it, Dad moment, right? I'm trying to find the spot where
Gabe
it is.
Senpai recognized me.
Yeah, exactly, right? Here.
Or someone else did.
Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, here it is. There it is. Okay. The Steam Deck's physical design was built with comfort in mind. The rounded grips make it comfortable to hold for long gaming sessions. We tested many different grips. The hardware was also designed to be repaired, replaced, or upgraded. The PC community is full of people who love to tinker and upgrade their machine, so we've made it easy to open the back cover with standard tools. Parts are clearly marked, and it's possible, for an experienced customer, to replace many of the main components. We've already seen the Steam Deck community successfully replacing they called it a hard drive.
Oh no.
Attaching an external GPU. Shout out UFD, and I think there was someone else who did that, but don't quote me on that as well. 3D printing stands, cases, and attachments. I know Dbrand's been working on attachments, and even attaching a PC-grade heatsink to the back of the device. For fun, we definitely don't recommend this one. Come on!
Get owned.
Come on,
Get
Valve!
owned.
It's faster, runs cooler,
Get owned.
and in my humble opinion, looks freaking awesome. Looks so good. Alex outdid himself with the design on that one.
Hilarious.
And I helped.
Hilarious. That's very funny. All of these cool things and this other cool thing that you shouldn't do.
Yeah. But it was awesome.
Yeah.
And the booklet was about more than just Steam Deck. It was a pretty cool window into Valve's processes, their way of thinking. They see their company as being based on principles of openness and access that define the open PC community. I think that they have done a pretty good job of walking the walk over the last little bit, particularly with respect to Steam Deck. I don't know that it was always that way with their hardware products, but it's definitely moving in the right direction. Overall, it's been good guy Valve for the better part of at least the last couple of years. They provided a brief summary on how Steam was created to automate game updates, which really did solve a very real problem and was a huge motivating factor for me to essentially completely stop pirating games. I don't own or play a single pirated game anymore. It's like, oh no, I shouldn't say that because okay, technically, even if you own a cartridge, downloading a ROM is pirating the game. So, okay, no. But PC games, I don't think I own a single pirated game. Everything's just in my Steam or Uplay or whatever library because, man, things being auto-updated absolutely solved a major pain point, especially with respect to multiplayer, which was really taking off at that time.
Man, it was real weird back in the day when you had to get updates not even from like the game publisher's own website. You had to get them from
Like GameFAQs or like whatever.
What was the name of that? It had like military
Major Geeks?
Major Geeks. You had to get updates from Major Geeks
think they
back in
still
the day and
exist.
stuff. Like that was a weird time. I remember if you installed Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare back in the day and you went to the server list. Yeah, it looks the same. That's awesome. I actually love that. If you went to the server list on Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, if you just installed it and went there was no servers.
Yep, it just
You had to
would
go
be
to
broken.
Major Geeks and download 2 updates and then it
Yep.
would work. Like how people even figured that out. Okay, you would say like, oh, YouTube videos and stuff. This was, internet was in a different time. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I do have some issues with automatic updates. People are talking in the Floatplane chat about
Shouldn't be
removing
forced.
features.
Shouldn't be forced.
Yes, and Beat Saber in particular is super annoying because every time they release a new map pack, it breaks all my mods for a week. And shout out the Beat Saber modding community. You guys are amazing. The fact that you're able to turn around these updates so quickly for no pay at all,
Yeah.
just the passion in that community is incredible.
There is often ways.
But as
to
a gamer,
contribute.
it still blows, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to just not be able to play your custom songs. That rarely happens anymore, actually. It hasn't happened in a long time.
That's something I've been trying to do
But leaderboards and stuff.
as my I've grown up and my financial situation has improved is open source software that I use that is free, that has contribution links. I've tried to recognize, sometimes you don't really think about it,
Oh,
but I've
yeah.
tried to recognize
Yep,
oh,
that's fair.
I use this. I'm gonna go contribute to the creator and more than just a coffee. And I've been trying to do that more consciously over time. But yeah.
I just would like to issue a correction. I meant privateered games.
Oh, yes, very good.
So they shout out their hires from the mod community, namely the devs of Day of Defeat, Counter-Strike, Dota 2, Team Fortress, and Portal. Yeah. The fact that they basically bought their best game
Yeah.
is what has Valve actually developed? Internally?
Yeah, Portal came from a group of students. Counter-Strike was purchased, I believe. Is that the one you're talking about? I think it was a mod, right?
Portal I was counting as their best game, but
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's open for debate.
yeah.
Don't come at me,
Yeah,
please.
I think if this is old memory, but I think Counter-Strike was like a mod for Half-Life that they bought or something, or brought in or did something
Yeah,
with.
yeah.
And then Portal was a group of students that they ended up hiring
Team
on.
Fortress was also a Half-Life mod that they like brought the team on board for, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, cool.
So amazing. So
Dota
there's
2 was clearly a Warcraft 3 mod initially.
yeah.
So
Little
I
bit.
didn't realize how many of these things came externally.
How many games Valve has actually made?
Well, it made them, but yeah. Yeah.
They have pretty photos of all the prototypes.
That was actually a very cool page. That was fun to see. I love that kind of stuff. Super into that.
Yeah, like why hide it? It's so cool. They have plans for shipping a SteamOS general installer for consumers and other hardware
Very cool.
manufacturers soon. That's super cool.
Very cool. Happy
Like,
about that.
Okay, let's say I prefer the hardware of an Aya Neo device or something like that. Why don't I just dual boot?
That'd be sweet. That'd be super cool.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. The Steam Deck interface will soon be available on PCs plugged into TVs and in VR, which is super cool because they've done a lot of really great work on it since launch. And the most important note, Steam Deck represents the first in a new category of Steam handheld gaming PCs in the future. Valve will follow up this product with improvements and iterations to hardware and software, bringing new versions of Steam Deck to market. So I believe this is the first time that they've actually committed to new Steam Decks, although it was fairly obvious based on the colossal success of this
There
product.
was a couple things that Gaben said that would be like pretty hard to interpret in any way that isn't we're making another one, but I don't think he ever specifically said it. I could be wrong about that, but yeah. There is some discussion questions. Do we go into these?
No, let's do sponsors.
All right.
Yeah,
Sponsors.
that all looks good.
Party time.
The show is brought to you by Wealthfront. Right now, the economy is in an interesting place. Is it a recession? Is it a bear market? What's going on with inflation? Yeah, those are all questions that are for people above my pay grade to answer. We can't tell you what's going on in the future, but we can tell you that Wealthfront is a great place to earn more on your savings. Wealthfront is an automated investment app that's designed to help you save and invest your money. Right now, you can earn 2% annual percentage yield with a Wealthfront cash account, and getting a cash account is easy. It takes just a few minutes to sign up, and then you'll immediately start earning 2% interest on your savings. And when you open an account today, you'll get an extra $50 bonus with a deposit of $500 or more. There are already nearly 500,000 people using Wealthfront to save more, earn more, and build long-term wealth, so why wait? Earn 2% on your cash today by visiting wealthfront.com/WAN to get started. That's wealthfront.com/WAN. The show is also brought to you by Backblaze. Starting at just $7 a month, Backblaze offers an affordable and easy-to-use cloud backup solution. They make it simple by allowing you to back up almost anything from your Mac or PC and access it anywhere in the world with their web and mobile apps. They even let you restore your data by mail. A hard drive with your data will be shipped right to your door, and when you're done, you can return the hard drive within 30 days for a full refund. And if you're worried about accidentally deleting files, you can increase your retention history to 1 year. Wow. For just an extra $2 a month. How does that even work?
Some of Backblaze's business model stuff has always been like, huh?
With over 55 billion files restored and 2 exabytes of data under their management, Backblaze has got you covered. So don't be that person who forgets to back up their important files. Sign up and get a 15-day free trial with no credit card required at backblaze.com/WAN. We're going to have that linked down below. Finally, the show is brought to you by Team Group. Team Group is a leading provider of RAM and storage for those looking to build a new PC, and they have recently opened their Amazon.ca page and have tons of things on sale to celebrate. Products such as their Elite DDR3 16GB kits, their MP33 1TB SSD, and their GoCard 256GB microSDs are all on special. So don't wait. Click the link below if you're in Canada to visit Team Group's Amazon.ca page. What would you like to talk about next? Should we do a couple merch messages?
Sure.
I feel like we should probably do that.
I do want to pick a bone with the people really quickly about merch messages.
Oh.
I have a thing to say. There's been a debate. There was a Reddit thread about it. I've seen comments about this before about how such a high percentage of the show is ads, and they're including merch messages as ads.
Oh.
Which is, I think, a little bit of a stretch. But I do understand they are revolved around people giving us money. So, okay,
Sure.
I can give them that. But my counter argument would be the length of the show, which is something I've never seen anyone talk about. If you look at the length of the show from like the pandemic era shows And a little bit before then and a little bit after then, they're like an hour long. I have seen some that are less than an hour long. I've seen some that are a few more minutes than an hour long, but they're mostly an hour long. It is true that quite a bit back, they were like an hour and a half long pretty consistently. We used to aim for an hour and a half. We stopped doing that because there wasn't enough news, basically. So we went down to an hour. Merch messages got introduced, and roughly around that time, now we have shows that are like 2.5 hours. So I think the percentage of the show that is topics has changed, sure.
Right.
But the show's just longer. Some shows we're going to have more topics to talk about. Some shows we're going to have less. Sometimes that is our fault. Sometimes we miss major topics. There was a topic that we should have talked about last week where there was this song that would crash hard drives.
I really wanted
that
to talk
is
about
so interesting and so cool, and
I
it
just
wasn't in
forgot.
the doc.
Yeah, I know.
And
I
that's
forgot.
brutal. So that sometimes it is on us, but it has always sometimes been on us. We have missed things forever. So I don't know. That's my counter argument. Take it or leave it. But yeah.
I also really like them a lot better than some of the previous ways that we had of
Extending
interacting
shows.
with chat.
Also that.
Like
yeah.
throwing extra money at Google for no reason through super chats or Twitch through bits. I mean, we're going to briefly touch on the most recent Twitch controversy. Not gonna say too much about it, but I've had enough people message me about it that
we've been advised by Riley to avoid.
yeah, we need to at least acknowledge it. But you know, whether you want to give these, you know, giant fang-sized corporations your money or not, you know, that's up to you. But we feel like it's a lot better to, if there's going to be overhead, like, to be clear, our take on a super chat is higher than our take on a merch message overall.
Well,
but at
merch
least
message has no implicit profit. So
yeah, so but at least with a merch message, the money is going to, you know, the hardworking people at Innovation Tool and Die or PH Molds or our overseas ratchet manufacturer, or they're going to our local t-shirt printing company, or they're going to someone. They're not going to Fang. So I strongly prefer them. And honestly, a lot of people people send us just like really good discussion topics.
Yeah.
Like, it's good. Yeah, I like it. Why don't you hit us with some merch messages, Mr. Bellavance?
Starting with this one from Anon, it's just something light and easy. What was your most embarrassing childhood phase?
Oh, Lord. I mean, well,
that
there's...
was always cool.
Wow.
I didn't have an embarrassing phase.
That was a cool as a cucumber response. I had many embarrassing phases. I used to suck 2 fingers like at school. Like
wow.
I was like 7 or 8 by the time I didn't do that anymore. Oh man, I bet I was a bedwetter till I was like 14 or 15. Like when you are like rapidly approaching dating age and like almost at the point where you're like going to sleep in a bed with someone else and you are still like peeing the bed, it's pretty stressful.
I could see that being a thing, definitely.
You know, I don't know, maybe I'm just
embarrassing.
Maybe I'm just an
I guess internally embarrassing.
Yeah.
Is
that embarrassing?
Well, I was
Gee,
the
Luke,
reason why I was
have you ever
ask...
peed yourself at a sleepover?
No.
Okay, and had to like hide your sleeping bag. Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Is that
I was gonna say I don't think anyone else is involved.
Tone deaf much?
Well, I was gonna say I don't think anyone else is involved, and I didn't know, like, does embarrassing need to have other people involved, or can you be embarrassed without anyone else involved?
I think you can be embarrassed.
I didn't know if it was a different term or
through
not.
fear of someone else being involved.
Okay, fair
I guess.
enough. Yeah.
I would get up at like 5 a.m. at summer camp to make sure that I didn't need to like stash anything.
Yeah, that sucks.
And I'd go to the bathroom and I would hope that nothing would happen between then and when everyone else would wake up. Like, oh man, yeah. So okay, there was that. There was that period in high school where I was like, man, I was weird. I did like weird stuff, like not just dyeing my hair. Like I did this thing once where I bought metallic gold spray paint and I spiked my hair and I spray painted my hair like metallic gold.
Whoa.
And went to school like that.
Did that look cool? It sounds like it might have looked cool.
Looked sick.
Yeah.
I mean,
is that embarrassing? That sounds...
Well, I'm embarrassed now.
Why?
I mean,
It sounds sweet. I don't know.
okay, here's the thing though. Whether or not something is cool, it's not a function of what the thing is, right? It's a function of who's doing it.
Mm.
So, was spray painting your hair gold cool? Sure. If somebody else did it, but I wasn't cool. So it wasn't.
I still would have thought that was pretty sick.
Yeah, well, I wish you went to my school. Then we could have met earlier. I could have had some muscle protecting me back then. It would have been a good thing for me. I don't know what you would have gotten out of it, but something.
Yeah. I looked it up, and I guess it is pretty independent of other. I thought embarrassment had you had to be embarrassed because of whatever, but embarrassment can just be a feeling of shame. So that would mean that it is kind of irrelevant. Doesn't matter.
Actually, this is fun. This is not related to the merch message, but I actually had my former high school reach out to me today.
The high school, like the school itself?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the principal of the high school, which
Oh,
I
okay.
guess functionally is the same as the high school reaching out.
I follow my old computer teacher on Twitter, and he follows me too. He's really cool. So like that's actually awesome. I think
That's pretty
wicked.
sick.
Yeah.
So this is the school I went to. The Garibaldi school community has a rich and diverse history. I don't see a ton of diversity in there, but
Oof.
Bell's hiding from the mic. Then they go on to talk about how they are on the shared unceded territories of two of the BC First Nations. So, yeah, that I guess is
Doing great.
diverse. Anyway, they have some notable graduates, and this was really cool because I had absolutely no idea that some of these people like existed. Check this out. This buddy is the world record holder in tree climbing, and he went to the same school as me. This is absolutely wild. This is him. Okay, check this out. 80 feet, ready, set, go.
Holy.
I don't think I could crawl that fast on level
On the
ground.
Yeah.
He looks like an actual animal, like a
So
bear.
is this when they have the like rope around the back or whatever, a chain or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at him come down too. Apparently they can go as fast as 40 miles an
Whoa.
hour coming down. So he stopped competing in that and started competing in other events.
That's pretty cool.
And then even though there's this other event that's like, oh yeah, here's a good still of it. This is wild. This is wild. Check this out. So you have to make yourself somewhere to stand and chop off the top. Well, you have to make yourself two places to stand. Have you seen this before?
You cut in and you put the plank there and then you stand on it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So he was talking about, I was reading like an article about him, and he was talking about how compared to the other guys who compete in some of these chopping events, he's like almost 100 pounds lighter than some of them. Like tree climbing, yeah, all the dudes are kind of small like him. Well, small-ish, like he's 5'10" or 5'11". It's not small compared to me, but whatever. The point is, he's like, yeah, so in that event, I made sense physically, but in these other events, I, was a bit of an odd one out. And so I had to make up for it in precision. Let's take a moment to observe that nobody is watching Buddy over here anymore because he's already done. Like,
That's pretty sick.
unbelievable with an axe. Anyway, I've never really, I don't want this to come across wrong, but I've never really cared about like what another person who I feel like has been arbitrarily put in the same group as me has accomplished. Like I don't feel like a sense of pride that another Canadian ran really fast. Like I love watching high level athletics, but I don't I don't feel like I necessarily have anything in common with that person
I always
unless like we
cheer
worked on it
for-
together.
I always cheer for Canada at the Olympics, but that's mostly just like because it
Well, what else are you going to cheer for? Like
makes it slightly more fun.
everyone else
yeah.
on the couch is cheering for Canada. Are you just going to sit there and like,
Oh no, I
right? Like
I
it's
usually watch the Olympics alone these days. But
Oh, well, okay, that's uncomfortable.
Just a lot of other people don't really care. My mom and dad do, so like if I watch it with them, that's cool. But yeah, I don't like. I'm not like, ugh. If the Canadians lose, I'm not like, oh my goodness,
I lost.
I'm taking this personally. Like no.
Yeah.
it's-
So it's and like I have relatives that are on like huge ancestry kicks right now.
Mm.
Like, did you know your great great grandfather did this? And I'm like, I guess it had nothing to do with siring me. I like it didn't make me like smarter or faster or stronger or what difference does it make to me? And I know that culturally for a lot of people that kind of stuff is super important.
I think it can maybe be inspiring in certain cases. Like if you're like, oh, someone in my ancestry went down some path of expertise or education or whatever,
But
maybe I can do that thing
But
too.
it goes the other way too. Like you'll hear about people who feel a sense of shame that they, are
Yeah,
distantly
that's-
related to some traitor or criminal or whatever else. Like you didn't commit the crime.
Okay,
You're chill.
sweet,
You're
don't
good.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, like you seem chill. Everything's good. But it was kind of fun. It was kind of fun going through and looking at some of the other former graduates. I think it says a lot about the high school I went to that there was like 15 people and the school's been open for like 70